Hello again. Thank you for joining us. Welcome once again to Stepping Through the Gateway. We are running this the night after our last episode, which was shorter, and we are jumping right back in pretty quickly. Last session was a lot of downtime, which is amazing that we had an entire session in one room when it was all pretty much resting actions. Uh, with that said, let's once again leave reality behind and find ourselves drifting through that darkness that brings us back into the realm of the gateway. Our collective consciousness seeping back down into that wondrous hotel room of light colors that mute and calm. The soft music that seems ambient and sourceless in the air, the sound of trickling water as the twin pools continue to just barely wave and not be completely still water. And we find our adventurers. Adventurers is the most fitting. We find our haphazard party discussing and maybe a little bit of bickering as they are finally getting up in the morning. Um, I did not get the actions for Horby, but since you are here, what are your what would you like to do with your morning? What is your first general or your night before?
Now I'm confused.
Everybody just came back the night before. Several people ended up doing a couple of things, then everybody rested, then some like morning ritual things happened, and then that's where we ended. Since we started and ended in the same room, and Horby was there, is there anything that you would like him to have done?
He is going to polish his mace, because why not? The night before.
Okay.
And then he's going to pray in the morning, and I'll have to write that at some point.
Well, because of what we had started, please give me a D100 roll for your prayer.
48.
Okay. Just that. Okay. So, those of you who were here last session, you were having that conversation. Things were starting to shift and finally calm down after the morning several panics. What are you doing? Where are you going?
Well, after a morning bath and that not helping the situation, Draxon's going to get ready and I'm gonna burn an item to cure one of my problems. Mhm. So I'm getting rid of the level of exhaustion.
Okay.
I need to make my roll for my potions since I used it last night.
That's true.
79.
I believe you only used one,
Yep.
so it is refreshed.
All right.
Again, I ask. The morning is yours. What are you doing with it?
So I think we were going to um get ready to go and see about possibly trading out some of the 32 gallons of water.
Enchanted water.
Now, I think for the moment we should probably hold on to what we've got. We've got plenty of stuff to trade with where the water's concerned. We don't really have anything that is necessity at the moment.
Now the concern is that we've got a bag of holding that's completely full of this water.
Half full.
Not completely full, half full. And we also have how many other people here with bags of holding? We aren't going to run into a storage issue.
And it's all in Cap's bag anyway, so
Mm-hmm.
and since he is unavailable this evening,
By the way,
we
Fish, please level up your character to 5.
I just think that if we hold on to the water we've got and something comes across that we really need, for whether it be one of our current tasks or the big one coming up, then at least we have the water to fall back on to obtain whatever it is we need instead of going and blowing it on whatever we can find that might benefit us.
Well, I was
Might
actually
benefit
thinking we might be
us.
able to get some credits for it.
I mean, if you get credits for it, then you're stuck with the place that you got the credits with. If you keep the water where it's at, you can trade it to literally anybody.
but we only really go to 3 places.
Well, we really haven't explored, have we?
No, we really haven't. But we do have tasks that have been given to us, so we can always explore at a later time. What do you guys say about some breakfast? And then we figure out what's next.
Tacos?
We can hit tacos. I don't have a problem with that.
Noodles.
You and your tacos.
I quite like tacos,
Noodles.
thank you.
But they're so delicious.
All kinds.
I can confirm he does. I will be back in a few minutes.
So, taco truck, make a quick one, quick stop. And then,
You open the door, you descend the stairs, and for once it's not just a silent nod that comes from the clerk at the desk. She waves and tries to stop you, not aggressively, but
Adraxon will
a
stop and look to her, wave back.
note came for you. And
A
she
note.
reaches down and pulls up a folded envelope and hands it over.
Who knows
Take
we're
it.
here?
It's the gateway. There's plenty of people here that probably have a lot more power than all of us combined. If somebody wants to know where we're at, it's not that difficult. Plus, we've been making waves. In a good way, but he'll unfold the note and read it aloud.
To the crew that has put so much in motion in the past few days. A friend has reached out and is in a dire situation and of need of assistance. He's quite capable, but one man can only hold so many stations. Please see me at your soonest revolver.
Oh, fuck. Okay. You know,
Of
we
course,
really should come. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, of course, Revolver knows where we're at.
Yeah. We should really think of a name for ourselves if we're going to keep doing this together.
But what is this stations?
My guess is somebody's being pulled in too many different directions and they're in need of some help. Oh, looks like a quick taco truck stop is what it's going to take, and then we'll get to Revolver. You know the way, don't you, Biren?
Tacos? Of course, I know where the tacos are.
All right. Let's get there quick. Let's do this and let's get back to Revolver.
Zoom, zoom, zoom.
You exit your
As
the
he
inn that
exits,
you stay at.
Adraxon thanks the lady before they leave. Or the
She
person.
bows. They bow their head in acceptance of the thank and a welcoming gesture. And you step out into the street. The silence behind you fades immediately to the cacophony of the street. Biren takes the lead, getting your group to move with expediency, with the expediency of anyone who's experienced true hunger. And minutes later, you find yourself on the court, on the right side of the road, moving quickly, still past buildings, past carts. There's a short pause for a moment at that place that you got the cold treats, but you push past and you come to the cart. This time manned by something else. It
It's
stands
okay.
it stands 4 feet tall, with ears perched straight up, a snout that comes to an almost of point, with a white muzzle. A pair of arms are quickly folding meat into tacos right in front of you, as another set are currently one is working the grill with a spatula, flipping meat that is currently being cooked, and another is putting sauces on these tacos. You see four tails fluttering behind them, tipped in white as well.
Look like a
The
fox.
normal color of them is a purple hue with streaks of pink.
I love purple. It's a kitsune.
A kitsune with four arms? Sure.
Why not? Why the fuck not, man? It's fantasy, okay? You can have that motherfucker have 9 arms and 1 tail.
That would be weird.
Just putting it out there. Tori's like, I'm making this a character now.
Like you think I haven't already put that somewhere in here.
I mean,
Right?
we already have the Tigerian.
Yeah, that's just the gate guard. Okay, that's just a fucking gate guard. That's what that is. Oh, you're coming through here unannounced? Now you're getting your ass turned back around real quick. So Adraxan approaches
Nice. I just got here.
Hello.
Draxon approaches the cart. Good morning.
Oh,
Morning.
Tacos, for me and my friends, if you would be so kind.
Baron pulls out the 92% of a quarter of a wheel of cheese and hands it to Adraxan.
Who takes it?
And what's the trade?
He'll hold forth the wheel of cheese. Or the whatever was given, however portion of it was given to him.
92% of a quarter of a wheel of cheese.
Oh, okay.
He sniffs at it before he even reaches for it. Another hand from behind him reaches over and grabs the portion of the wheel of cheese. I'd say this is acceptable. What kind of meats?
Do you have anything from the Fae?
He looks at what's currently cooking. I do. I have many
Well,
things from the Fae in the box. Nothing quite on the grill yet.
I'll take something from the Fae if you would be so kind.
Can be done.
Little taste of
And-
home.
The others.
I want something special. I'll leave it to you.
I think I can abide. What about the others?
Looks back to Balon. What kind of taco meat you want, bud?
Let me make sure I'm unmuted here. What kind of taco meat? Chicken fajita meat is always a go-to for me.
We have chicken. We have spiced chicken. How about you, large one? Corby.
I know it's an odd request, but do you have steak?
Yes. Yes, we do. What kind?
Cow?
Make it Minotaur and
I can put some cow on. Yes.
Fenris, you're
I
evil.
feel like you're eating your family.
And you like
I know
one.
a few. I know a few cannibals. I guess I can add him to the list.
Is Dutchy back?
I'm back.
From
And
outer
you
space.
and you like one. What would you like?
How about a fish?
Fish tacos pretty good.
Spicy, safe,
Fish.
or spicy, safe, or dangerous?
Safe, please.
Fish tacos for breakfast?
Fuck, why not?
Okay.
It takes a couple of minutes, especially with the stuff that he pulls out of a chest that's next to his grill. But you each get your tacos. Those of you that specified get exactly what you had asked for. Those of you who wanted something a little more mysterious, well, Biren, you bite into this meat that seems to have the thinnest veil of shadow just seeping off it.
Shadow meat.
For you, child, oh, I thought it best that you might like some displacer. And you, the one with the large weapon on his back.
Oh, yes.
I thought it only fitting the thing that those hate the most. Do you enjoy your blink dog?
Mm. Given the knowledge that I personally have of blink dogs, that's kind of horrible.
You just said something from the Feywild. You didn't say what.
I know. Fair enough. Giving it to you, man. Giving it to you. That's some
As
shit right there.
as you see him turn and clean a few things, and the four tails are there. There are the four limbs that you see, and as he turns his back, you see another pair of arms that are where the shoulder blades are. You also notice that at his hips there are four legs supporting his weight.
Y'all have all seen Biren devour tacos before. But at the moment, Biren is having a religious experience.
Hey guys, I will be right back.
Okay.
Right.
Eats a taco.
Yes.
All right. We should probably get headed over to Revolvers while we're eating.
Biren is on his knees, slowly eating this taco.
Worship that taco, buddy.
It is an interesting sensation to simultaneously have meat that it still is steaming and at the same time have cool mist coming off of it from with every bite that you take. And we step forward in time a little bit as you finish your taco and we get the group through the we get the group through the crowds once again to revolvers. The cacophony behind you fading once again. This sensation has become normal to you in it seems so long, but it's now 5 days since
Just under a
the
week.
and you step into the hall. And for the first time in
Bye, guys.
this entire time,
Bye.
sleep well, Ben.
Bonnie. I said good night.
He can't hear us.
No. A big question. Everybody, big question. Yep.
That's it. That was the big question.
Yep. You make it into the hall. The silence of marble encasing this chamber that has been marked with somber realization several times for you. And for the first time, the dwarf that is in the chair behind the desk is not playing with something, isn't indulging in some hobby. He's been staring at the door that you just walked through. Good. I was wondering when you'd come back down. Did you get my letter?
Got your message. Sorry it took a
Good.
little bit longer. We had to grab breakfast, but you know the streets of the gateway. It's a madhouse.
I know it. I know it well. No, I've got a friend, another friend, not just your grandfather, different group, long time ago. They just sent word in an awkward way, that they need a bit of assistance. They just hit a pocket of resistance where they're currently mapping, and their laboratory is up to the challenge, but they don't have anybody there because they don't exactly really mix with people for a long time. So he takes on some assistance once in a while by asking, and reprises them for their help. He Can I count on all of you to be going to his laboratory?
Friend of yours that's in need. You've helped us out quite a bit. I don't see why not.
I expect you would be very interested, as he is one of those that maps the ley lines between, that helps us actually build the further network
Oh yes,
farther and farther out.
definitely.
So
The more that I can learn, the more that I can map. Did he
he's
say
the
what kind
one.
of resistance he came across?
A veritable horde were the words that I got from the Screaming Stone.
Fair enough, as he pulls the blade off his back.
Oh, you won't quite be needing that if his laboratory is actually working the way that I remember it working. If it isn't, then you'll need it. He needs people that can use their thumbs and aim.
Wait a minute. What?
He'll explain it. He's an odd one. He does a lot with mechanics.
Okay. Well, I'll put this
you'll-
away when I decide otherwise.
absolutely fine. So as he opens the desk and then reaches in and pulls out a different a black material that has a silver rim around it. He doesn't point at one of the portals behind, or one of the doors behind him. He gets up, walks over to the wall, and pushes this fabric against it.
An acme hole.
The black fabric slowly turns a deep, smoky purple as the silver ring lights up. I don't trust him to not bring things through those, so I have ways like this for him.
And will this take us straight to him?
You will be popping into his you'll be popping into his lab. You won't be in the research level or the command level. You'll be in his living quarters. He
Hope is
should be
closed.
the next level up. He should be commanding the way the vessel moves.
Okay. Well, are you all ready?
Vessel?
His lab is a whole thing. It's an experience
I'm-
that you're going to have to experience to understand it.
I thought you were going to say that. All right. Well, I'm ready to roll. Looks back at the others. Guys ready to take this on?
Sure. Over the table, I'm not quite sure where we are, or what we're doing, but yeah, let's take it on.
Nobody knows
Oh.
quite yet what we're doing or where we're going.
Oh, uh-uh. I don't know about this, Jackson.
Biren.
I just
Do you trust me?
No.
Depends on his next roll. I think that we might learn from this. It'll be an experience to learn from.
Revolver has asked for us personally to assist this friend of his. Don't see why we should not
By the
take
way,
this on.
when you get back, I trust all of you. When you get back, remember before you leave, ask him about some of the information that you could possibly gather on the other thing. He is widespread. He's been to the edge. He's been out into the far realm. He
So
might
he will.
know some of it.
Okay. Well, that gives
Ask
me
him.
another reason to go.
Kind
Just think of this as more
fortuitous.
prep.
Aye. It's just a little more immediately pressing.
Well then, in that case. And he steps through the portal.
Unlike the doors, you don't feel that warmth go from the top of you to the bottom of you and back up. You feel a tug at your core going forward, pulling you almost everybody in America has sadly had this experience. That moment where your mother has pulled you forward by the shirt in the very center of your chest.
Dude,
Whether
your
it was
shirt?
for a good reason or a bad reason, like right from the center of you.
She used your shirt?
I was going with the absolutely lightest thing I could because I'm not going into things that'll get us kicked off of different services. So, yeah,
Following behind.
you feel that. You feel the cool rush of mist past you, and your next step down, you are in a lavish, warm-colored room. There's a bed in one side. There's a table with several chairs and some eating supplies there. There is a cordoned off bathing tub with a enclosure to it. There are several other accoutrements. There is a small library just on one wall that is. They are a multitude of colored books that have different scripting on their spines, and just based on the fact that I know several of you are going to ask to look at the books, just perusing the spines. These aren't manuals or great texts of lore. These are very obviously fiction.
There are a set of stairs
Just
in here.
There are. There's a spiral staircase between the kitchenette and the bathing area. And you hear banging from just upstairs.
All right, guys. I think we know where we're heading. Revolver said he should be on the floor up, so he's gonna take to the spiral staircase. And just before he makes it to the top, he's going to take his blade, which is still in hand, and tap it on the rail.
As you breach the floor and the guiding rail points you in the direction of the front of this large round space, Tyler, can you please explain what they see?
You all, upon entering the room, see up against the control panel, kind of clanging on it and whatnot, a 7-foot, rather muscular looking ogre kid in a lab coat. And he is very much so shouting very colorful language at the controls.
Balon fires a firebolt over his head as a warning shot.
Okay.
In a lab?
Looking around this lab as well at the same time, there are lights that don't flicker. They are a steady stream in small encased glass. There are tubes on one side that are just streaming liquids from top to bottom to doing something that seems to be helping keep this space cool. There are other little control panels with seats in front of them dotted around the edges of this room, and on the behind you guys there's another staircase that goes up, and beyond it there is a door that has a very large wheel on it that is just, it looks very heavy. The bolt hits the metal wall above this large creature, and he turns.
That's one way to make an entrance.
Every time we've gone through one of these doors, we've always ended up fighting whatever it was we came into contact with. So
We were
I-
asked to come and help this person, and you just automatically fire off firebolts?
it's a warning shot, letting him know, fuck around and find out. I'm not kidding. Every single door we've gone through, we've ended up fighting what we have gone through to do it.
We
So-
didn't go through a door this time.
Portal door.
All right, you two.
Yep, I wound up here. I mean,
Auroras, you heard the clang behind you, and a moment later you saw the flash of fire above you. And you now hear the bickering behind you. Please interact as you would.
He stands up to his full stature and just kind of turns around. And when he does, you see him wearing these like steampunk looking goggles. And then he just kind of tilts his head to the side and he's like, "You the ones Revolver sent?"
That'd be us.
Uh-huh.
Excellent. Name's Auroras. Pleasure to meet you.
Good to meet you
Draxton.
too. Dashani.
Anyways,
So, what's the urgency?
you see him walk over to a little lever. And as he pulls this lever, part of the wall opens up. And you're looking outside and you can see just all these creatures. And he just points and he goes, "Those. There are too
You are
many of them for me
seeing-
to deal with myself."
You see several things all at once as the metal separates. One, there's a sheen between you and the outside. Two, there is a very faint red outline of what looks to be a tea kettle with crab legs. And three, you see an onset of hundreds of insects that would put insectoids of differing and hard to pinpoint at this distance and speed. But they are definitely multi-legged, heavy carapace, and they are coming straight to this laboratory. There are
Okay.
hundreds of them.
Behrn
None of them
disappears
are-
behind Dashani.
None of them are flying. All of them are crawling.
Hey, what's the
From what you
what's
see,
mhm.
these bugs are about the same size as you.
What's the environment look like?
Dead trees spiraling out of dirt and craggling rock. The ground seems dried, patched, and there doesn't seem to be any grass or brush. The sky is currently gray with a roiling blue cloud that comes under the rest of the sky with a black lightning running through it. You do not see a
Okay.
source of any light, but there is light here.
All right. We'll get to where we're at later. That doesn't look like a very fun welcoming party.
Shani's just gonna glance over. That's where the firebolt should be aimed.
Preferably not inside here again. There it looks like there's glass or something between us and them. Don't really want to remove that. All right, Auroras, how can we help?
One of y'all grabs, or you guys grab these seats around the console.
At
And
each
what
of these
exactly are
seats,
these?
at each of these seats, you see a box that has another smaller piece of, you would guess, glass. As you sit, a stalk comes up in front of you that sits about at chest height with a button and with two buttons, one on top and one is a trigger. And this seems to be a stick that you can move around.
What the hell?
As you put your hand on the stick before you even touch either of the buttons, the glass reflects what is outside in front of you.
What is this?
Command post.
For what exactly?
Oh, just the cannons and whatnot.
Cannons?
Cannons, she says.
Yeah.
Baron starts pressing the buttons.
If you look in out
We're
of
gonna blow up this
character,
area.
if you look in out of character chat, you will see what the two buttons do. There are 4 of the fielding blasters, and each one of you gets a cannon. There is imagine a D4. Those are the force fields that come off the fielding blaster. 1 on the bottom, 3 on the sides. Makes a a 3-sided pyramid.
Okay.
The point of the pyramid is facing the back of the vehicle.
Okay, so you said we each get a cannon, but there's only 4 of the fielding blasters.
Correct.
So do we have to change seats?
The thumb button, if you are on that side, triggers that shield. If
Okay.
if somebody is using one and pointing it down at the ground, they trigger the bottom. If all 4 of these shields have been used and are still recharging, nothing happens when you use it.
Okay. So this covers the entire vessel?
These shields can be used to ward off things from the vessel and damage them and push them back.
Okay.
The cannons are fucking cannons.
Perfect.
Baron is still over there just pushing buttons.
For those of you with spells, should you wish to use them instead of the cannon abilities, you can fire them through your cannon.
I don't have any spells, but I do have some other shit that I can do.
No, but we have 2.5 heavy spellcasters. So the ability is there.
Although I'm gonna fail horribly at this because my dex is shit.
Since these things can't see us,
You're the only one with 2 attacks a turn.
4 on one of them.
But
Okay.
yes. So that we don't get stuck on the mechanics here. The importance of this situation is laid into you by Auroras about what is besetting this laboratory, this mobile laboratory.
Do-do-do.
And he has his own set of controls that he returns to as you feel the laboratory lift and lurch forward as it starts barreling into this horde of insects, this veritable hive.
I have a feeling I'm going to enjoy this quite a lot.
Auroras is literally at his own controls, and he's just laughing it up as he causes Borealis to start moving towards these things, and he's just like, "Hold on to your butts, boys. We're about to have some fun."
I want to have fun too.
With that, I would like everybody to roll initiative.
Come on, Moto Dice.
I do have a question, Tormy.
Yes.
On the cannon, it says 5 plus players' dex.
Yep.
Is that your dex score or your dex modifier?
Modifier.
Okay. So Balon's screwed.
That was a good roll. 22.
Balon doesn't have the lowest dex of this group right now.
$16.
7.
21.
14. So when it says 6d6 plus 10 / 4d4 plus 10, what does all of that mean?
Is that divided or is that different ranges?
Oh, that is, you hit something, and then 5-foot radius, and then 10-foot radius.
Oh,
Okay, so within a 5-foot radius, it's the 66. Within a 10-foot
It
radius,
is
you-
it's the 40.
66 is your target. 4d4
then-
is your 5-foot radius.
and then just
And then-
10 is
basic
anything
10.
outside of that.
Fucking cannons are powerful.
Which means the enemies are also going to be powerful.
There
That
are
look.
literally hundreds of them.
Maybe not powerful, just swarm tactics.
The best Balon can get to hit is an 11 on the cannon.
How? You have a +2.
5 plus 2 plus 1d4.
Plus
7 plus 4 is 11.
Johnny's only got
that
a 12
is
max.
plus a d20 to hit.
Oh.
That is the base before you. I apologize. I should have put that in.
So it's a roll your d20, then you add 5 plus your dex plus a d4.
Yes.
Okay.
Damn.
We're good.
Yeah. Okay. Let's scramble some
So
bugs.
can
Look how
I?
excited he looks. Just look at this.
We had a couple of you that were above 20. Can I get those again?
21.
22.
Shawnee
20.
and Baron
Mm-hmm.
and Atraxon
Mm-mm.
and Balon and Horby.
And Tyler is above me, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, I got a 16.
Yeah, Balon's
Um,
last.
No, Horby's last.
What did Horby get?
He is not here to roll, so he gets after you.
Fair.
In hopes that by the time we get to that point of his turn, he's back. So
I need to
at the
pull out
top of the
6d6.
at the top of the turn, we have the laboratory Borealis crashing into waves of these swarming giant insectoids. Deshani, it is your turn.
Oh, I go first? Okay. Let's see. So, and then I need a D4. 24.
That hits.
Okay. Now I roll. Oh, there's a couple of rolls here. All right. 66. And 12, 13, 16, 19, 29. So the target hits at 29. And then the D4s. 1, 2, 3, and 4 Sharpies. 6, 10, 13.
Okay. The one that you hit, literally, you see this bolt only for a second as it leaves the end of the barrel that you see in your screen. You see it for only a moment. It is black and iron, and there are runes carved into the side, and as it leaves the barrel, it is gone, and that bug has exploded, and the bugs around it have been engulfed in the blast and are very close to falling apart as well. And the ones just outside of them look like they are rocked by the damage just as much, and the horde keeps coming.
Oh.
You're
Does my sneak attack work with this?
If you can find a way to to apply sneak attack, yes.
Hey, Serby.
I mean, they can't see us. What's up?
Did you take the optional feature for Rogue?
Aim.
Which one?
Steady aim. It is the one that came from Tasha's, and it gives you advantage on your rolls as long as you're not moving.
It just eats your bonus action, and it gives you advantage on your attack, which allows you to put sneak attack on it.
It would be under optional. It's an option you had to choose when creating your character, but it's optional features that come from your class. Optional class features.
I normally do, but I don't. I'm not seeing it right now.
We will roll with it. You can fix that with the sheet later.
All right.
There is enough that I throw into this campaign already. You might as well roll with it. So, roll your attack with advantage. Just the d20 with advantage, not the d4.
$27.
That will hit.
All right, so 9d6. I've got to look at that again.
With the amount of immediate damage, just roll the secondary damage and tell me the sneak attack. Separate. So roll the d4s because there is no way that you roll below their HP on that many d6 without rolling nothing but ones.
Ooh.
I mean, there's always the possibility of rolling nothing but ones. Bugs. Fish. Bugs.
So 24. Oh, and the sneak attack, you said.
Starship
Oh,
Troopers,
shit.
dude.
The sneak attack damage was 15. And then
Okay.
24 for the secondary.
So, let's see. That is.
It could be really mean to Tormy.
You see the same image on yours. The bolt of, or the bullet that comes out of the end of the barrel in the center of your screen slams forward. It is gone the instant it leaves the barrel, and the bug that you hit, it explodes. And the bugs around it also explode, and the bugs around them also are engulfed. The amount of damage that you dealt in one blow decimated that small pocket, and it is immediately replaced by more. Next up is Auroras.
Okay. Give me a memento.
You have the claws and the spout that you can work with.
Claws?
I'm so
It
confused
is
right now.
So
We're in a
for
fucking moving fortress for
a depiction for you on an external scale. This looks like a teapot with the spout and where the handle would be, there is the door on the second floor. Then there are 6 crab legs and 2 pincers. This is the artifice of Qualish on so many drugs that it's ridiculous.
I can dig it.
I just can't
I'm
believe
not
that the
seeing
captains
anything
figured
on
out what
that.
that was.
And then cannons that all kind of poke out of the smooth surface.
What'd you say, Ty?
I'm looking at my sheet and I don't see the thing for the actual pincers.
Go ahead and just roll your attack, and then I'm gonna message you.
Okay. That's a 19.
That will hit.
And what do I roll for damage?
Oh. Ho, ho.
Okay.
And Biren thought breakfast was going to be the best part of the day.
Right? It'll be fine. Just pay attention to the cannon and the fielding blaster rules that Tommy posted, Cody. Right above where you just posted.
27.
And to hit, you roll a d20 and add the stuff that's listed.
So, I believe you get 2 attacks. So, do you want a second claw or do you want the spout?
We're gonna go with a second claw attack.
Okay.
That is a 19 as well.
Hits.
That one is 34 points.
You particularly see as both of your claws come forward and grab 3 of these creatures each and just crush them. And then open back up and there's just carapace and paste. It is not a Zoidberg cut. It is a clamps situation.
Gotcha.
And with that, you feel as more of these bugs crash against the ship, this giant kettle that you're in, and you start to hear clicking as they start climbing onto the laboratory. And I'm going to adjust the lab's HP because of what just happened.
Okay.
things are about to get real fun.
Next up is a Draxon.
So, looking around the room real quick, he thinks he's got an idea of what's going on. You see the color from his hair and his the bright sun-like sheen that comes from his hair and his eyes drain and travel down into the arm that's gripping the handle. And I'm losing my resistance to fire and adding it to my attacks this turn. The sound of clicking. Which direction? Because I want to activate that shield.
The front face.
So I'm going to activate the front face shield with my first attack.
Okay. Roll the damage.
Yep, let me pull that up one more time. Okay. So the damage on that is... 44, and I'm going to take my D8. Okay, so that is... That's 14, 16. Okay, so that is 17 points of damage.
Okay.
Adding in the D8 of fire damage that I add to my attacks this round. So it's 6 fire and the rest of its force.
You see as 5 of these creatures come into view as they fly off the front face of the vehicle and crash into the crowd and are run over.
Okay. Second shot is going to be in the so basically as these 5 bodies land, do any point of them land near one another to where they, where as they're being ran over, it's kind of like the herd thing that you see in a lot of swarm movies.
Where it swells a little bit and then comes
Yep.
back down? Yes.
I am blasting with my second one right on top of one of those.
Okay.
So that is 21 to hit.
21 hits.
Okay. Now, so here's my question for you. My added fire damage. Do you want that on top of the main hit? Or do you want fire?
You roll it separate so that I can add it to each layer.
Okay, will do. And am I choosing the damage type for this, or is it just force damage?
It starts off force damage. If you want to change it to something else, you can.
We're gonna go
Remember,
thunder.
all that takes a bonus action minimum.
Okay.
So if you're not using your bonus action for anything else, you might as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna change it to bonus action is gonna change to thunder. Okay, that is not terrible. So that is 25 points of thunder damage with 6 points of fire on
Okay.
top of it. So the 6
Okay.
is standard there for those.
Now give me the your D4 rolls for the
Okay.
second ring.
Yep. D4. Oh. Did I say 24?
Yeah.
On the okay, so it's 24 plus the 10, so 34 points of damage.
Okay.
Just I forgot the plus 10. Okay. The fuck. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20 damage.
Okay.
And whatever. Do I need to re-roll the d8?
You do not.
Okay.
Okay. So you see the similar thing. The runes on the bullet that bug is just an explosion. And the bugs just beyond him are crumple in on from the immediate impact of just sound and fire. And then the ones outside of them retch out of the way and take some of the brunt, and they are still trying to clamber in. The ones that have fallen more crest over them.
He looks up to Auroras. This is actually quite fun, and I'm gonna burn my action surge, and I'm gonna take 2 more fucking shots.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, first of the next 2 plus. So +7. Oh no. Oh, I dropped the D4.
Uh-oh.
You dropped the danger pyramid.
Okay, so that's higher than the last one. It's 22 to hit.
That hits.
Okay. This time another we're going to start off with another 6 points of fire damage is going to go
Okay.
through on each of the waves. So here are the D6s. Not terrible at all again. 6. 35 points of thunder damage from the contact hit.
And your secondary ring?
Secondary ring is 21 points of thunder damage.
You watch as you don't even move where your blast is. They had swarmed back in. You took a blast at the same spot. And almost as if a repeat of the previous, the first one explodes. The second set crumple under the weight of fire and thunder. And the ones that had survived the previous blast all grind to a halt as they fall and slide with the momentum of their charge, and they are again overrun.
Last shot into the horde. That's a nat 20.
Nice.
I'm not going to have you roll damage because you watch as that explosion forces that pile to just erupt. And another... That was just making my math easier for me at this point.
Yeah.
The amount of these things that are on the field is a thing. And I'm keeping track of that more than I'm keeping track of their hit points.
Fair enough. It's kind of like what we set up the other day.
Much worse. Much worse.
I figured. He's got this, as the energy's, poured from his hair and his eyes and into his hand's just like glowing. And he's just focused with this fucking smirk. He is enjoying himself. And that is the end of my turn. I need
His
to mark
hand
my...
is glowing, you say? With that It is Horby's turn.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It is the person who has no idea what the fuck to do's turn. That's what I just
So-
heard.
The thing that you had missed is, the fortress and lab that you are in. You have been placed in front of a screen. You've been put in front of a piece of glass that magically or otherwise informs you of what is in front of you. There is a stick that comes up from the floor that has a button on top and a trigger button in front. And there is a cannon in front of you, and that peers out through where the screen points you out at. There is a veritable hive clusterfuck that is just, you do not see Horizon without bugs that are at least your size. And they are charging the thing you're in. Pushing the top button allows you to, if there are bugs on the side that you are currently pointing at, it can launch them and damage them. If you pull the trigger, you get to fire the cannon. Being a spellcaster, you can cast spells through your cannon if you would prefer.
Well, like the only one I could even use does less damage than the cannon.
You have other things that can definitely help the situation, and at the same time, you might just have fun rolling the amount of dice that the cannon allows you.
Considering I just pulled out all my D6s and D4s that I need, I'm actually a D4 short. I only have 3. I have another set of dice somewhere. I just don't know where the fuck I put it.
Probably in one of your boots.
I only had one set of boots, and they were on my feet all day, so I really hope not.
By the way, I am ridiculously happy that I finally found a cream soda that is 0 sugar.
Does it taste okay?
Yeah,
Polar does it.
Pepsi does it, evidently.
Funny.
Pepsi
There
has
were a
always
couple-
been 0 sugar friendly. Let's be honest
Like,
here.
A&D or A&W used to or had them, and
They were
then, like,
amazing, and I can't find them.
and after 2 months they just stopped carrying them everywhere. They still have the ones for root beer, but
Yes, not the
I
cream
want-
soda.
I want cream soda. I don't like
Root beer is disgusting.
I have
Agreed.
I have differing opinions on root beer, but I can agree with the cream soda.
A&W, the Diet A&W is my favorite.
Diet cherry
dude.
cherry chocolate Dr. Pepper. That's my
I'm-
missing drink.
If I wanted to drink cinnamon, I would pour cinnamon into my drink. I don't need Dr. Pepper.
Ugh. Gross.
I don't hate anybody else for it, though. That aside,
Might judge you a little.
what would you
I-
like?
If you looked at how much Dr. Pepper I drink, you would judge me a lot, Dutchie. It's my soft drink of choice for casual drinking. There's at least 10 cans just sitting in my room that I need to throw away. And a cup.
But that beside the point, what would you like to do with your turn?
Let's shoot the cannon. 'Cause why
Okay.
not?
Roll that beautiful bean footage.
But just roll a d20 to hit then?
Roll a d20, a d4, add your dex, and add, I think it was a plus
5.
I
So-
have made it very difficult for you to miss. It's possible.
My
If-
dex modifier or my dex like base dex?
Modifier.
Okay, well that's a 0, so
That's fine. You still have 5 plus a d4 plus a d20.
a 21.
That hits. Go ahead and roll your damage.
Damn it! I only pulled out 5d6s. Wait, here's the 6th one right here.
This is satisfying.
Dice Tower for the win.
You're
I s-
you're only level 5 and you're already getting to roll a pail of fucking dice.
Oh,
I'm a fighter. I never roll a pail of fucking dice.
Man, I have to math.
But that's okay.
Yeah. There's a reason why you get 4 attacks. You do steady damage.
Yeah.
20.
Or, you know, you nat 20 and you make Tormy's life easy.
An even 30 damage.
Okay. Now please roll those d4s
I'll have to roll
for
one
the
of them.
second ring.
I'll have to roll one of them twice.
Okay.
6, 10, 14.
14 damage. Okay. Okay, you watch as this shell or this bullet emerges from the end of your barrel with the runes carved into the sides of it, and just like the others, as it emerges, it disappears. The bug that you are aiming at, it was there, and then there was a cloud of raining bug parts, and the bugs around it took shrapnel from that bug as it exploded. The force of this blast hits not only that one, the ones around it, and the ones around them. Other than that central bug, the others still press forward lightly. They are heavily injured, but they are still trying to get on and probably into this laboratory.
So something about changing the damage type.
You can change the damage type as you like to any damage type with a bonus action.
Now I just need to remember what
Hi,
damage
Ty.
types there are.
What am I doing? I'm playing D&D. What are you doing?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, if that's all you're doing, I'm going.
I was gonna use my bonus action to change the damage type
Go ahead.
to radiant.
To what? Radiant? Okay.
Nothing bugs hate more than bright lights all of a sudden.
A little
I
head.
mean, you know, bleach.
Fire. Gasoline.
So, next up would be Balon.
Okay, I apologize. I had to step away for a little
You're good.
bit. Can you describe the scene that Balon sees?
As the screen in front of you, as almost as far as you can see, there's just a sea of bugs about the size of you that are encroaching towards the vessel that you're in. There is a barrel in the center of your screen that points outward, and you can see where it aims. The clouds overhead are a roiling blue, and there is a black lightning rolling through it. The sky above is gray. The land is desiccated. You see a veritable sea of insectoids that are, as far as you can see, hungry for all the flesh in this giant tin can.
And how big are these insectoids?
You figure they're about the same size as you, as anybody in this party. Each one of them. Some of them are even larger.
Ugh.
You can use your spells through the cannon if you would like.
Balon casts Fireball.
And Balon doesn't have Fireball.
So what would you like to do?
Okay. Question.
Yes.
It says the cannon can be used as the interact with an object, action, or bonus action.
Yes.
Would-
So, go ahead.
I was going to say, if the cannon can be fired using a bonus action, would a spell be able to be used as the action?
Yes.
Okay.
I actually have 3 shots a turn.
Oh,
But the cannon cannot be used as both your bonus and your action, correct?
Not. You have to choose which one you would prefer to use it as. So,
Okay. Well, it just says
for-
reloads. It says reloads after every attack. So I
Yes.
wanted to clarify that. I mean, a bonus action, reload, action, reload, or if it's one shot per turn.
if you have multiple attacks in your attack action, you can attack multiple times.
Gotcha.
If you don't, you still have other things that you can do.
Okay. And what is the range? The range of these insectoids.
The sea of them actually comes almost all the way up to the craft itself. You see that none of them seem to be sporting any ranged capabilities. You haven't seen any of them spit anything or shoot a spine or anything like that. You did hear clicking on the hull just a few moments ago before Adraxan used one of the shielding barriers and launched them off before blasting the area they were in.
Speaking of which, that one is recharged unless you rolled for it, Tormy.
Nope, I did not.
I just
So-
rolled a d4. It rolled a 1 minus 1. So it's
recharges in the same round.
yes.
That is actually the reason why I numbered it that way. For that
Okay.
possibility.
Okay.
Then we'll just take a shot with the cannon as a bonus action.
Okay.
So it is d20 plus 7 plus a d4 to hit.
You actually have the same to hit as Adraxan.
.21 to hit.
That hits.
Okay, so the primary point of impact is the 66 plus 10.
Yep.
That is 30 points of damage.
Okay. And the secondary ring?
The secondary is 4d4 plus 10, so that is 22 points of damage. And then the 10 points of damage for the 10-foot radius, correct?
Correct.
And then as my action, well, actually before I do this,
Mm-hmm.
did any of those creatures die?
As the bolt that you fire, you see the same. The bullet, the runes, it is there and then it's gone. The central bug explodes. The secondary, the ring around that bug, they also are impacted so hard by this blast that they crumple and are overwhelmed by the bugs behind them. The ones just outside of that, they take the brunt and they limp forward, continuing their charge.
Okay. So I killed just the one.
You killed 9.
Oh, I killed 9, sorry. Am I able to use my ability on those?
I will say yes.
Okay. I'll just, for right now, I'll just use 2 sorcery points for that then.
Okay. And you still have an action.
Yes. And for my action, I am going to I'll just cast Firebolt.
Okay. Go ahead and give me that attack roll.
What the closest one would be. That is an 11.
The 11 glances off the carapace and skids across several others and dissipates into the distance.
Okay.
Sorry, you just made me think of the number 11 skidding off of giant bugs from Starship Troopers.
Okay, nerd.
That movie has tits in it. Just keep that in mind.
Game of Thrones has tits in it.
Yeah, well, Game of Thrones wasn't made in the fucking 80s, now was it?
90s.
Anyway,
Not
Balon
much better.
kind of looks up. He's like, I think I was made for this cannon.
And with that, the wave of these things crashes back on. Let's see, how many doors is that out? Okay. And you hear more clicking on the hull. And we are back to Deshani.
Okay, so, understanding correctly, I could cast one of my spells as my action and fire the cannon as my bonus.
Yes.
Alright, so, let's see. We are going to...
Basically using the cannon as your focus for the purposes of this combat.
Okay. we're gonna throw out a pretty little guiding bolt first. And that is a 26 to hit.
That hits.
2, 3, 4. Oops. Okay. So 22 on the first shot with the guiding bolt.
You see your divine energy fire out at the end of this cannon, and it hits a bug straight in its face, and the body begins to glow for a moment, and then it stops glowing as you see straight through the bug, and it collapses.
Let's see. Um, 23 to hit for the cannon.
That hits.
Eight. 36 points of damage on that hit.
Okay. And your secondary ring?
44. Nine points of damage.
Okay. Actually, that does this. The second cannon blast that you take mimics the first, landing in the same general spot. You've reimagined where you needed to land it, and you hit most of the same ones with the tertiary blast that you hit with the previous. The center bug explodes. The ones around it crumple, and the outer ring just skids to a halt as they are overswarmed once again by those behind them.
They did.
There is a glimmer of hope as you finally start seeing horizon that is not covered in bugs. Next up is Biren.
All right. Does a 30 hit?
Let me check. Roll your damage.
28 for the ends, the initial.
For initial impact?
Yeah.
How much for your sneak attack damage?
Sneak attack damage is 11.
Okay.
So 39 on the initial.
And secondary? There's a
22.
There's
30.
a very low chance, but there was a possibility where you killed the center one, the secondary survive, and the third die. It would have been really weird. But thankfully, your blast once again makes my math very simple. It slams the area, and you see bits of bugs burst up into the air and rain back down. And once again, the bugs are taking that spot, filling in what was just filled and is now empty. It seems to be, it feels endless, but you can see the horizon free of carapace. With that, we move back to Roris.
Okay. I am going to use the spout
Okay.
to cast Fireball.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the damage.
What is the damage for Fireball? Because I don't have that actually listed.
That is that is 8d6. Unless you're upcasting it.
No.
For those of you whose cannons are facing forward, you see a tiny bead leave the spout that is above all of the other turrets, and it floats out and then descends into the crowd.
26.
And as it explodes, oh my god, I just realized I forgot to figure out the radius for that.
The 40-foot radius or 20-foot radius, isn't it? A 40-foot diameter.
Yeah, I'm double checking radius. 40-foot diameter. How many squares is that?
8.
8 by 8
15, 20,
is
30, 30 by 40.
8 times 8.
8 times
64.
Thank you.
Did he just detonate 64 bugs?
Yes, he did. There is
Raider.
that tiny bead descends into the crowd. You see one of the bugs nip at it, and as its jaws close around it, a fiery explosion roils out, and as the fire curls into nothingness, there's a small crater that is immediately swept back over by even more bugs.
Okay. And then as a bonus action, I'm gonna use Mending on the Hull.
Roll the
It's D4?
1 second. Let me go back to what mending normally does. Doesn't normally say. So we're going to do 2d4 plus your spell casting. So 2d4 plus 2. You are effectively a healing potion.
Yay! So you said plus 2, that's gonna be 5.
Okay. You hear a weird whining of metal as scrapes are mended on the outside of this giant tea kettle.
And that's my turn.
As you see more of these bugs climb up the sides, and you hear more clattering. Okay. And Adraxin, it is your turn.
Okay, so clarification question. I know this has probably been asked a couple times already. If I were to fire twice with my attack, I can't fire a third time as my bonus action.
No.
Okay. Well, that's fine. Paying attention to the clattering and clicking outside, what side has the most going on?
Give me a perception check.
Let me see something really quick. Tori. Yeah, can't use that. So 27.
27. You hear clicks on all sides, but the most you hear them from are below.
Okay, then we are going to use my action to activate the bottom field.
Okay.
And I'm also because I don't have any reason for my resistance, each turn I'm going to be using my thing.
Okay. Please roll damage. And
Will
considering
do.
that they are immediately impacting ground, I just rolled fall damage.
Oh, that's not bad. Okay, so that is 5 fire damage and 10 force. So 15 damage in total.
You are not sure how many you just got rid of, but you know that they are not clamoring on the hull anymore.
Okay. That bottom field will take 2 turns to recharge.
Okay.
I just rolled a 3, so. And then, because that requires your action to use, my bonus action is going to be firing the fucking cannon. And that is 26 to hit, so that will hit. Okay, cool. That is max fire damage on this, so that is 8 points of fire spread throughout this. The first target is going to take... Oof. So, 20. 26 points of thunder, and the 8 points of fire. The secondary ring is 28 points of thunder with the 8 points of fire. So slightly curious question, and I'm just throwing this out there because I'd rather know now than, be missing the opportunity for something. This cannon doesn't count as... Never mind. I answered my own question by reading over again. Never mind. That does me no good. I was gonna ask if the cannon technically was a great weapon, but it requires me to use melee weapons, so that doesn't matter.
That was your first attack.
No, my action
wait.
was use the field. The bonus action was to fire the cannon. I can't do because
Oh.
the field requires the action.
Right.
Wait, so you could fire the cannon with the bonus and the regular action?
No,
You can do.
you have to choose.
Okay.
But if you want to use a spell, you can, and then you can fire the cannon with your non-used action or bonus action.
Okay.
And
Speaking
also,
of-
if you wanted to use the field, one of the three other fields, you could use them instead, and then use the bonus action to fire.
Speaking
Very
of,
similar to what it.
It is your turn. Corby.
Oh boy.
Not that difficult. You got this. This is as close to mech battle as you're getting. Till Sunday. Sunday.
Sunday!
We both went there.
We all went there.
What'd you say, babe?
I said the bromance is real.
Definitely.
So how is the bull taking this situation by the horns?
I think he's just gonna shoot the cannon.
Okay.
+17 + 5 is 21, right? Or is it 22?
22.
Two.
22.
Oh, I forgot to have Draxon
That
say
hits.
something. My bad.
What was he supposed to say?
Will you allow it out of turn, Tormy?
Yeah.
Well, I haven't done anything yet except roll the hit. So
Got rid of some of them off the hull. There's still more on the hull, though. Bottom side's clear. Just letting everyone know.
I'm assuming I hit.
Yes.
If something gets in, I mean, I can always just hop off the cannon.
I mean, I have Word of Radiance. They get within 5 feet of me. God help them. Yay, math time.
I'm kind of hoping something gets inside because by the end of this session, I will be known as the Butcher Borealis.
Depends how many or how much actually or damage the hull takes before you. It's a wonderful balance of war of attrition. Do you kill all of them fast enough, or do they break in?
Oh, I definitely didn't specify whether I was using an action or a bonus action, did I?
You did not. You can specify now.
Let's make it a bonus action. An even 21, I think.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Someone else needs to help me with math.
I
Hang on.
believe that you do enough damage for the primary target. Please roll your d4s.
Okay. I'm in the wrong chat, for fuck's sake. Uh, 26.
Okay. And that also takes out both.
Wait, how did you
So,
on the D4s?
Yeah. There's a plus 10 on it.
No. The D4s I thought were just the D4s.
No. Oh, I didn't do the plus 10 on the D6s. That's
You're
why
good.
there's a discrepancy.
Okay.
You're good.
I did the plus 10 on the D4s, though.
Oh, I missed that last time. That's okay.
Generally easy math there.
Well, I was wondering why the first number was smaller than the second number.
Fair.
My brain caught onto that one just fine.
Okay. So that was your action. You see as your bullet goes out and slams into them, the ones that were surrounding must have been similar to the ones that you had hit with your first blast, because they crumple as the your divine light hits the first one. It implodes. The ones just outside are pressed against the others, and all of them crumple.
Nice.
And they are overrun once again by even more of these bugs.
That was my bonus action, by the way.
Yep. What would you like to do with your action?
Well, I have mending as a cantrip, so
Okay.
let's do that. On the
roll
whole.
2d4, and then add your wisdom modifier.
9.
Okay. I will add that to my roll.
I'm helping.
Okay. With that, we go on to Balon's turn. As we hear more groaning as more of the scratches are worn away back to a more smooth shell. You see hope on the horizon. There's not carapace as far as the eye can see. There is an end in sight. It's just still far off.
Okay. Let me ask a question.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of ammunition do these cannons use?
From the instant that you see them barely leave the end of the cannon, it seems to be an elongated, it seems to be almost egg-shaped, large piece of metal of some sort, with runes carved into the sides of it as it passes through, and the runes are aglow just before it disappears from the end of the cannon and hits its target.
Okay.
Basically a giant
So-
railgun.
So then, thinking outside the box here,
Mm-hmm.
would I be able to use a bonus action to grasp the ammunition and imbue it with my shocking grasp cantrip to allow it to add
would
the
be
2d lightning damage to the explosion radius?
I think I'll allow it, yeah.
Okay. So then that's what Balon will do. He will grab the ammunition, send his shocking grasp into the metal, and then launch, shoot the cannon.
Go ahead and roll that attack.
Somebody nat 20'd.
Somebody nat.
Don't even have to roll damage on that one. I'm just subtracting 25 from the total here.
I kind of wish I could see this happen.
So, as this egg-shaped bolt comes out of the cannon, and it is now sparkling with electricity as the runes glow, and it disappears, and the bug that you were aiming at, there is a moment where it looks like a strike of lightning. And if you were out there, you would be sure to be smelling ozone, as
Nuts!
that
What does nuts start with?
it
And
explodes outward. The
Hi.
force and the lightning and
what's
the
triangle
shrapnel
start
of
with?
the shrapnel of the other bugs, they just they erupt outwards, unlike being thrust upwards like some of the other larger blasts. They actually get launched out because of the point of impact and the way that, you know, lightning tends to make things spread instead of go in one direction. They are filled in behind by more, but that was certainly, if these creatures experience fear, that should have sparked something.
Okay. Well, I am glad that that worked. Balon just pipes up. Can I take one of these with me?
You're wanting to take one of the cannons with you?
I do.
Yeah, can we just have these when we leave?
I'm not tearing apart my teapot for you.
Can you make us these then?
We know someone who can.
That old teapot. This thing that you're all in came about because I had a weird nightmare.
Fair enough, dude. Fair
And
enough.
and then the next day, Ty asked me a favor.
All right.
So next up is Dashani as we hear more clinking on the edges of the giant teapot.
I have a question for you.
I have an answer.
As we are piloting this thing,
Mm-hmm.
would we consider it part of our gear?
Oh, by the way, Tormy, before we move on, after Dutchy is done, I do want to say something
Okay.
before I forget.
It counts as a weapon that is in your care, or are you talking about the entire vessel?
Vessel.
The vessel is not a piece of your gear,
Crap.
unless you are counting it as a piece of Auroras's gear.
Crap. I wanted to try Armor of Agathis on it. Okay. Damn it. Let's see.
Sorry.
That's okay.
My question, or what I was wanting to do, Tormy, before we move
Mhm.
past Balon, I want to use another 3 sorcerer points.
Okay.
Okay, then. Toss out another Mega Guiding Bolt. That is a 24 to hit.
That hits. Considering that nobody has missed yet, I'm going to tell you what the AC is for these things. You have to make a 16 or better. That's
Oh,
it. It's
yeah.
difficult to miss, but it's not impossible.
Very true.
18, 24. So that's 27 points of damage off of that. And then we're gonna bonus shot on the cannon.
Okay.
That's a nat 1.
The cannon droops in your vision until the beginning of your next round when it comes back up.
Okay.
Next up is Biren.
All right. $29 hit.
29 hits.
$14 sneak attack damage.
Okay. So we know the center one is dead. Let's roll the secondary ring.
$17.
Okay.
Oh, wait a second. I don't. Hang on. 22.
Okay. Once again, you see as your bolt leaves the end of your barrel and there is just carnage left where you aimed. And once again, it is reflooded with more insects that just found a place to move into. That's your turn. So, Auroras, it is yours.
I am going to use Spirit Guardians.
Okay.
Give me a moment, because I'm actually looking up the spell.
The rest of you, or those of you who are familiar with the Divine, hear him mutter a prayer under his breath. And those of you who hear it, you understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to call forth the Guardians of Faith. You don't see them manifest around him. And then a moment later, what is it? What is the glowing gold thing that they see flit in front of each of their screens?
They see what appears to be a giant pigeon.
You see pigeons that fly in front of each of your screens that seem to not interact with the cannon itself. They are made of golden white. And then, as you see any of the bugs touch them, they react the same way as when they get hit with the field. They hurt. They don't get flung, but it hurts. Can you please roll that damage for me?
Finding my D8. That'd be 22.
Well, damn. is you also now see on each of your screens a bug just fall past your view and then land somewhere off screen. That was much more effective than I thought it was going to be. The bugs are still encroaching.
And then I was gonna
Go
say my bonus action. I'm gonna do a spout attack.
Okay.
That is, where's my D20? Oh, that's the D hundo. There it is. That's a 22.
That'll hit.
Yerp. Wrong die. Three, 4, 44 damage.
And the secondary ring?
T7.
Those of you who can see his screen, the spout doesn't fire a projectile the same way it does yours. There is just a gout of metal parts that are red hot that have been fired out of this cannon as flak. And it rains down, and the central one cannot get out of the way. The ones just around him cannot get out of the way. The ones around them barely step to the side to not take the full brunt of it. Those 9 in the center just crumple under the weight of metal and fire. And that's the end of his turn. You once again hear the clatter of a couple of feet underneath the vessel. And it is Adraxon's turn.
Okay, so hearing the clatter underneath, I know that the barrier underneath is on recharge. Still, are there any other clattering about the other sides?
No.
No. Okay, so the bottom is the only one that... Okay, well then I am going to, once again at the start of my turn, going to lose the fire resistance and gain the extra damage.
Mm-hmm.
Really don't have a use at the moment for my bonus action, because teleporting is not a thing I can do with this big thing, so...
That'd be hilarious, but no.
If I was Spring, I could do it. Maybe, technically.
If it was Sunday.
True. No, so I am going to take... I can't do anything about the ones on the bottom at the moment, so I'm going to take 2 shots into the horde in front of us.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that beautiful bean footage.
Okay. That is... Well, I almost pulled a miss, but that's 18. So, first shot. Or first. Oh god, I feel bad for this guy. "32 points of thunder with 5 points of fire."
And the second ring?
The 5 points of fire with 20 points of thunder.
So you notice as most of the same ring around that didn't fall into place, they crumple under the weight of the thunder. The ring inside is thrust so hard into the ground by the impact of their central the central bug exploding as it tried to leap. They are driven into the ground and move no longer.
Okay. And my second shot. That is that's it. Oh yeah, that hits. That's well over 20. Okay. So rolling fire damage. Okay, that is 3 points of fire. Offset by a shit ton of damage from the D6s. Maybe not a shit ton. God damn math. 10, so 24 points from the initial hit
Okay.
with the 3 points of fire on that. So 27 or whatever, or 25. And then the second ring is 15. 20 points of damage with, or 20 points of thunder with the 3 fire as well.
Okay. Similar to
And
previous shots, the central one explodes. The ring around it is impaled with so much of the carapace shrapnel that they bleed out right there. And the ones that are mildly shielded by the ones closer in are not quite as destroyed. They are still able to amble forward. And once again, more move in. You
that
you are all looking out into this sea of bugs that are still clamoring inward, and you see that horizon, the you see the ground beyond all of these bugs growing closer and closer.
cool.
You are
Um,
making a difference in this siege.
I do not have any. Just checking one more time to see if I've got anything on for my bonus action, which I do not. So I don't think here. So yeah. Okay. I am done then.
Next up, we have Horby.
Gonna do the exact same thing I did last time because it worked.
Okay. Go right ahead. As long as you're having fun with it, and it doesn't horribly break the rules, we're gonna find a way to make it work.
Smoke's about to come out of my ears if you watch long enough.
No, the headphones are keeping smoke in.
Ah, there you go. It'll come out of my nose then. 9 plus 5 is what now?
14.
Okay, I missed. I don't know how I missed, but I missed.
You've gained enough confidence with this cannon that you stopped holding the stick as stiffly as you had been before. So you weren't still counting on the you didn't realize how much you were fighting recoil before. It pulled back and you fired over the line.
Well, mending it is, damn it.
You see a very distant explosion in a hill about 3 miles out. Just
And then
give me that roll.
What was that roll again?
2d4 plus 4.
That's incredibly easy. I rolled 4. So, 8.
Okay. You guys are keeping the with your mending, you are keeping that threshold at bay of them actually breaching.
I'm helping, damn it.
You certainly are.
I can't shoot, apparently, but god damn it, I can heal the floor.
You hear the whining once again as the metal pops back out and remeshes. Balon, it's your turn. Think you might be on mute, Brody. You there, Jeb?
I think the Jibus is AFK or asleepus.
Is it my turn?
Yes, it is.
I apologize. I was
It's okay.
talking with my wife.
It's okay.
Perfectly fine.
You see that the land is slowly growing closer as the sea of bugs is finally starting to break, and as it still rages against the shell of the machine that you are currently in, the land out there is finally starting to come in more into focus as you are killing wave after wave of them.
Okay. Then I guess I'll do what I did last time and bonus action shock and grasp and
Okay.
launch the cannon.
roll the shocking grasp damage after you roll the attack for the cannon.
Okay. And then D4. 24, 26 to hit.
That hits.
And will the shocking grasp damage be on the 66 or the 44?
Please roll it separate. Let me know that first, and then roll the other ones.
Oh, okay. The shocking grasp. Well, that sucked. 3.
Okay.
The 66 damage was 36. And the 4d4 damage is 17.
It's not as big a burst as the previous one, but you land it among wounded. The healthy ones that had filled in the spaces between. You land it in one of the larger ones, and it takes the hit, and it looks like it's going to power through, and then the detonation of the force from the electricity piercing in and then expanding. It rains down. The force blows the others out that were surrounding it into the ones that were damaged from the previous attack, and they just crumple into each other and stop moving and are washed over once again. You believe about 25 had fallen in that attack.
Nice.
Is there anything else you would like to do with your turn?
No, that is all I can do.
Okay. You watch as another group crawls up the front of the up the front on the side with the spout, and then can I get Auroras to roll that damage for his spell again?
$18.
Okay. You hear screeching from below, but you still hear the clanking from outside. And we return to the top of the order. Deshani, your turn.
Okay. Um, can I activate the fielding blaster at the front of the ship?
Yes, you can. That
Do
is
that.
your action. Go ahead and roll the damage for for the field.
Yep.
As a shield comes up and pushes everything off that side.
10.
Okay.
And bonus action. Shoot off a cannon.
Excellent.
We're way over the 16. And 2, 4, 6, 16, 21, 31 points of damage for those.
And for the second ring, or the secondary group,
4, 8, 10, 13, 23 points of damage for them.
okay. Next up is Buren.
All right. $22 to hit.
That hits.
Eight sneak attack damage.
Okay.
Jeez. I actually rolled 2 1s on that.
Ouch.
$32 on the 66.
And the secondary ring?
19.
Okay. You watch as the central one explodes and the ones around it are encased in the blast, and the shrapnel of the carapace shatters through them. The ones on the outside, for the first time that you've shot, are still standing. They clamber forward. And next up is Auroras. Unless you have something to say.
Oh, this whole time, Buren is over there, been muttering, take that, and that, and that. Like he's doing all the damage that everybody's doing together. But for the first time, seeing that some actually survived, he gets a super disappointed look on his face.
Auroras is next.
Okay. We're gonna do. Oh. I'm gonna sacrifice one of my 4th level slots. And as I am doing a pincer attack, I'm gonna use my mechanical smite.
Okay.
Clockwork Paladin.
Essentially, yes. Well, if I can get my die to stop rolling off of everything. Come on. Actually, stay put. There we go. And my attack is what? Plus 10, so that's a 28. 5d8.
Hey, babe,
Yeah.
did you roll a d4 for the field?
No.
Yep. Please
Roll a
do.
d4 and -1.
0.
29 points of damage.
29
Plus
damage.
might damage is an extra
2d8 plus 1d8 for each level above, so that should be
4d8s altogether.
I
I think you're at 5.
think you're at 5.
I'm using a level 4 slot. So, yeah, it
but
would be
it's
5.
Smite starts at 1, so yeah, it would be 5d8.
So that's an additional 17 points of damage.
So that's. We watch as the claw sweeps through. It doesn't pincer so much as it just punches straight through. And it comes back, and there are legs left there, but there is no carapace left. There is no head, there is no thorax, there is no core. It is just legs left from that punch.
And then I'm going to use my bonus action to do one more pincer. And that is with a 25 to hit.
That hits.
Mm, 22 points of damage. Brain no wanted math.
That's fair. That's super fair. This time the other claw comes out and crunches another 3, leaving paste between its clamping claw.
And that'll end my turn. As he's just cackling madly still.
As several of you see more bugs scamper up the sides. And you hear munching. And then it is a Draxon's turn.
One is the bear. Do I know if the barrier on the bottom is up again?
The button glows as when you point down to see if that is available.
Okay. Then what I'm going to do is, can I make another perception check to see which end they're more heavily on?
Yep.
Okay, so that is mathing here. 24.
The right side.
Okay. Joystick to the right. Hit the button.
Oh,
Or no, pull the. Is it button? Button for that, right?
Button.
And triggers for the cannon.
correct.
So hit the button on the right side. Once again, fueling everything with fire because
You roll that, and Auroras, I forgot. Please roll your spell damage again for the Spirit Guardians.
oh shit. 4, 8, 10, 13. 20 points of damage on this. 13 of it's force, 7 of it is fire.
And that is 15 from the Spirit Guardians, as the pigeons just slowly peck them all to death.
As 10 get just flung off and lifelessly hit the ground and are swarmed over.
As they're swarmed
And-
over, he aims for that spot and takes a shot at the mound.
You also see that the the glowing gold pigeons are darting through your screens, and the other bugs haven't fallen yet, but you can hear them screeching in pain outside.
Don't mess
So-
with my pigeons, you blighters!
That is natural 17 on the die, so it's definitely going to hit.
Yep.
Fire damage. 6 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And then Oh. First hit is 33 points of regular damage with the 6 fire on top of it.
Okay.
The second hit, the second ring. That's a lot of that's okay. That is 22 points of thunder damage with the 6 points of fire on top of it.
Your shot goes deep into the pile before erupting back up. And you see insectoid bodies flung into the air, several limbs missing from most of them, some of them missing their heads or their thorax or other particular parts of them. You don't believe that any of them in that blast are going to survive? With that, unless you have parting words here.
Yes. He looks to the others. We've still got some on the hull if somebody wants to blast one of the other sides. And
And-
just so we know, that is 2 turns on the right side.
Okay. And can we get Horby's turn next? Fish.
Cody,
Is your turn.
you're up.
I have not been paying attention.
It's okay. It is your 4th round of combat. There are still plenty. You can see the ground finally encroaching close enough that you can start making out details. There is still a sea of bugs between you and them, between you and ground, but
Yeah,
there is
imagine
an
how
end in sight.
imagine how devastating it'd be if Horby had spirit guardians too.
I'm gonna shoot my cannon as bonus action.
Okay.
I'm gonna say a 21 without the 5 hits just fine.
Yep.
29. That's with the plus 10.
Okay.
And then 23 for the second.
Again, you see that flash, that burst, the central bug exploding, the ring around him being destroyed, ripped apart by the blast, and the carapace shrapnel, and the ring just outside of that is injured but not quite taken down, and more fill in. It is starting to get so thin that you're starting to see how difficult it might be to make these make these cannon shots as they get much closer from not being held at bay by their own mass.
Mending on the hull.
2d4 plus 4, please.
As I struggle to pick up D4. 10.
You hear that whining sound as the hull is minorly patched once more. Halon, it's your turn.
Okay, so we have one bug left on the hull.
You hear movement underneath and on the left side.
Okay. And it's the fielding blaster that we have to use
To
for
knock
that.
them off.
Yep.
Unless you're choosing to get up, leave your cannon, and go deal with it in person.
Yeah, Balon's not going to be the one to do that. So yeah, Balon's going to use his action
Mm-hmm.
to use the fielding blaster on the underside of the hull.
Go ahead and roll that damage.
And it's just 4d4 damage.
Correct.
Mhm.
Not bad. 11.
You hear, actually, they've taken. You hear a sickening thud as they all get flung off, and can take that many off of him. You do not see how many you just flung off, but from different sources, you are fairly certain that they are not going to be a problem for this vessel any longer. You
Okay.
still have a bonus action.
Yes. And it's 1d4 minus 1 round to recharge that.
Yes.
And that's automatic. That's not like I have to use a bonus action to recharge it, right?
Correct. It just, as soon as you've used it, just roll a d4,
Well, hey,
resubtract from it.
that's a 1 on the die, so
So zero you
cool.
can do it again next turn if you need to.
Cool. Then I'm gonna use my bonus action to fire the cannon.
Okay. Go ahead, give me the roll.
Okay, so that's 16. 18 to hit.
18 hits.
That is 32 points on the d6s. And that's a lot of twos. 19 points on the d4s.
You watch as the center one explodes from your shot. The second or the first ring are carved apart. Just they seem to be missing legs, missing mandibles. Portions of them are just like gashed. They're just barely still moving. And the ones just outside of that have taken some of the brunt as well, more so from the force than from the hard body that has been blasted apart from their uh, hive mate. And they continue forward. Another takes the place of the one that you just destroyed. The ones that are in the first ring are just barely holding on. They are surviving on rage and hunger.
Man, these things are worse than termites.
Yeah, they eat metal, and they're not rust monsters. Could have made them rust monsters. Okay. You hear several more climb uh onto the back and climb up onto the left side. And as that happens, you hear others falling off from pigeons impacting them. As each of you have been firing and firing and firing and firing, and the shields have been repelling them off, and you have been the lab has been running on its 6 legs over this field of bugs. It's now that you start to realize how much you have thinned them in the last 30 seconds. The power of these cannons, the abilities that you have used together, and actually had simultaneous safety and danger, driving adrenaline to the point of you just wiping out so many of these. You think that if you took a moment, you could count them now. With that, we move into Shani's turn.
Can I tell where they are the heaviest at this point?
Straight behind, they are. So imagine a top-down view, an egg shape, where at the front of the of this giant teapot crab, it is close to the one end, or to the rounded end, and most of them are still trailing behind, trying to keep up. They are doing so handily and are catching up. It's just the ones in front are trying to climb on and get in, while the crab is overtaking them and they're trying to clamber on. So most of it is behind you.
But okay. Um,
Or did you mean on the whole?
I meant on the hull.
The most of the ones that you still hear clamor from are on the left side.
Okay. Then I'm going to have to go ahead and do the field from that side.
Okay. Go ahead and roll
Yeah.
the damage, and then roll me that d4, and then
Yep.
let me know your next part.
I literally rolled 4 ones. So that would be 4 damage.
I am sorry.
And
At
rolled
least
another
they're
1.
at least they're still flung off. So they're flung off, and you didn't. It doesn't have to wait for another turn.
Wow, 5 ones.
Get them out of the way
Alright.
now.
Now I'm gonna go ahead and do that cannon shot.
Okay.
Ooh. 7, 5 is 12. Plus 3 is 15. Oh my god. Ugh, oh god, 17.
17. You hit.
And 20, 21, and 10. So that's 31 points of damage. And 4, 5, 8, 12, 22 for the second round.
A large lump of them from behind is just blasted back up into the air, and the swarm fills the area, and the bug parts fall behind them. You see the devastation of these bugs that you have been leaving in the wake of this teapot crab. And we move into Biren's turn.
Phew.
All right. Let's see what happens. Does a 32 hit?
Let me check. Just you only doubled their AC.
Only. I'm doing something wrong.
Be an auto crit.
I mean, that is double the AC, so.
I will ask a rule that we may end up employing at the end of the session after everything we've seen here.
All right, so sneak attack is 13 damage.
Okay.
Main is 34, and secondary 21 secondary.
You more than make up for your previous blast where some of them still survived. You don't see legs left. You made paste.
Don't make waste, make paste.
With that, we're going to move into Aurora's turn.
Real quick, how
Yep.
does it look like we're getting near an end to these,
Yes.
or okay?
It looks like it's going to be very difficult to hit a full grouping anymore. You can, if you would like, make a perception check.
I'm good at that, or maybe not.
Mm.
14. Baron is too excited from
No,
the
no.
hit.
You make this hit and you look at the devastation that your team has left behind this teapot crab, and you see the things that are still crawling behind you as the front and sides have broken away and been left in the wake of this mobilized fortress lab, and they are still trying to climb onto the back. But they have been having so much difficulty because of how many cannons have been firing, how many stations have been manned. It is very obvious that this was a slaughter. If he was alone, it would have been a different slaughter. And you are counting. And by the end of these 6 seconds that you are scanning not only where your cannon can fire, but other screens, you only count 36 left.
Doing all the damage is tiring.
With that, we're going to go to Auroras.
I am going to do a claw attack with another smite, and that's going to be a 23 to hit.
That'll hit.
5, 6, 11. 20. I rolled all my d8s together. That's going to be 50 points of damage on one attack.
Once again, that arm comes out and sweeps around. Unlike a normal crab, it doesn't just have a single range of motion. It swings all the way back and catches several of them and just leaves as the claw is glowing gold. it comes back and hits 5 of these creatures, and they melt. Leaving only legs stuck in the dirt.
Alright, and then use my bonus action for the second attack. Nifty. That's a nat 20. Ooh.
You don't need to roll damage here.
But I want to.
Another 5 get clamped as the other arm swings around and just grabs them and crushes them. Now the arms are facing behind as it is still moving forward towards where the
It's
spout
Naruto
is.
running.
Yeah.
Yes.
Let me just do this. Oh, okay. I need spell damage for the spirit guardians.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about those.
The last time that I didn't need to ask was because everything was so low health that you couldn't roll low enough to not kill them.
16.
Okay. You hear screeching as several of the things that are clambering up onto the back are hit by pigeons. Golden pigeons. Adraxon.
Can I
That is my turn.
tell which field would be effective on what's remaining on the whole?
Right and left. Right is still
Not
charging.
right.
Oh, and
Oh.
I'm dumb. I need to make sure I do the damage that they're supposed to do.
And I'm gonna pump fire into these blows and activate the left hand field with my action.
Okay.
Okay, that is 5 on the fire damage. Ten points of force.
You watch as these bugs get flung off, and little fiery trails are left in their wake as they crash into the dirt and are left behind your very disturbing chase scene that seemed like a external siege until you got so many killed that it finally came across as movement.
And then bonus action, I am going to pop a shot with the cannon into the I know we're getting few and far between. We're sitting, I think we're sitting close to 20 or so left, maybe. Any portion seem that I could hit that might get more than another?
Behind you, they are more spread, but there are more of them. There are none in front, and there are very few on the sides.
We're just gonna take a shot into what seems to be the most where I might get the most in the back.
Okay.
That is well, even without the D4 roll. Okay, that's a 15, 17. That's 19. Oh, and oh shit. That's a 1 on the recharge for that field, by the way.
Okay.
Okay.
So 0 or 1 turn.
Oh, sorry. It was a roll of 1, so it's 0. Okay, so that blast hits. Fire damage is 6 points. That's a lot of 6s. Half of them are 6s.
Okay.
That's 10. That's 36 points of thunder damage with 6 points of fire.
You watch as the one that you target just becomes splatter. And you see the force of the thunder ripple out and slow down the ones that are outside of him. They aren't close enough to be hit by the secondary ring.
Okay.
They are close enough to be hit by the third, though.
Oh, okay.
They take the damage, but they are not dead yet.
Okay. And that's all I can do at the moment. I don't have any bonus actions.
Orby.
Cody.
Hi.
Hi.
You okay
turn.
over there, buddy?
I am doing my damnedest to stay awake. I've been awake 23 hours. So now I'm keeping myself awake with Facebook videos.
And with effectively playing Starship Troopers in something that is kind of equivalent to Mad Max.
But with less titties.
Yeah.
Less
Fire
titties,
your
less buffer.
cannon.
Yeah, pretty much at this point. Okay, well you can go on to the mending because that was a 7. Wait, no, that would be. Yeah, no, yeah. Mending.
Okay.
Whee! 9 for mending. I missed twice.
It happens, man. It happens. Next up is Balon.
How many are on the hull now?
There are several that are on the bottom, and there are a couple that are on the right. The right still has a full turn to do its recharge.
Okay. Well, let's use the fielding blaster on the bottom then.
Okay.
For 11 damage.
You hear a screech, or you hear several screeches and a crunch as you see new bodies left behind in this very quickly dwindling chase.
Okay. And it will take 2 turns to recharge that.
Okay.
And let's take a shot with the cannon at wherever it looks like I can do the most damage.
Okay. Give me the attack roll.
16 plus 18 to hit.
That hits.
33 points on the d6. And 18 on the d4.
Once again, the bug that you target splatters on the ground. There is nothing recognizable left of it. One of the other bugs was just close enough to get hit with the secondary wave, and you overlapped with some of the ones that had been hit by Adraxon's tertiary. You only count 9 remaining.
I holler out. They're almost dead on the ground. Get these bastards off the hull. Take the rest off out on the ground, and we're home free.
For me,
Yes?
quick question.
Yes.
Given the amount of, you know, damage we're putting out and shit like that, is there any way that we could possibly make a check to see if we could tell how much these guys might have as far as HP goes?
Go ahead and give me a medicine check.
I'm shit at it. I'm not actually shit at it. That's not okay. 21? Got a +3.
You figure that the average commoner could punch these things for about 20 times before they go down?
Average commoner having a base strength of 10,
Yeah.
which would be 1 point of unarmed strike damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh god, this is gonna be fun. Uh-huh.
Um, the actually that is enough. You watch as the remaining 19 make their leaps, catch on the hull, and scamper up on the right and left side. And you finally see a hole of acid eating through one of the walls. And one of their heads finally pokes through, and it scampers in.
Looks like I'm up.
And with that, it's the Shawnee's turn. There are
Oh.
8 outside, and there is 1 inside.
Okay, so
The right blaster still requires time for its recharge. The left still is ready to go. You have several on each side, and you have 1 inside.
yep, I'm just deciding how I wanna. Who's getting whacked?
I
Basically.
can handle the one inside if you guys want to handle the one outside.
Okay.
Basically
Well,
what I do. I can tank it.
uh, so let's go ahead and do the left side.
Okay. Go ahead and roll the damage for that.
So that's 12 for that damage and rolled a 2, so 1 for the charge. And go ahead and use that cannon again. I definitely got over the 16 with a 13 roll.
Go lay down, Kieran.
8, 12, 33 points of damage and 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 19 points of damage for the second wave.
Of the 4 that you watch fly off that side, you catch 3 in the blast of your cannon. The center is just a spray of viscera. The other 2 are crumpled and crushed. The other one hits hard but rolls back onto its feet and takes off after the crab kettle. With that, we
I'll
move to
teach ya.
Bjorn.
Is he back yet?
What's up?
Okay, it's your turn, bud.
It is your turn. There's one on the ground, one inside, and the rest are on the hull. The right side with it still requiring a little bit of time to finish charging.
And the right side's where the hole's at, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
So I can use the shield on the right side.
It is currently still recharging.
Well, I guess I'd have to hit what I can. Um,
If you are swinging your turret to go hit the other one, go ahead and roll that attack. Or if you are attacking the one that happens to be inside, let me know how you're doing that.
I'll hit the one on the outside.
Okay. Give me the attack roll.
$26 to hit.
26 hits.
$16 sneak attack damage.
Yes. There is no way that this single bug is going to survive your blast. In fact, there is a small crater where it was.
Next.
Next up is Auroras. There are creatures on your hull, and there is a creature inside your lab.
Uh, the creature that is inside.
A claw reaches in and yanks it back out.
Right. Make a bigger hole just to deal with the small one.
Diggy diggy hole.
Yep, diggy hole. He's gonna get up
Diggy hole.
and grabbing the hammer that he keeps beside him, walk up to it and swing at it with a smite attached.
Okay.
Well, Tormy, do you still want me to roll damage?
Did you roll I see your forehead.
Yep. Boop, 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 boop.
No, I think you're good. You watch as the person steering the ship gets up from his station, walks across the room, and just kind of golf swings with an enormous wrench hammer to send the bug flying back out the hole it came without any of its legs that are still attached to the sides of the hole.
4. No, you just hear Auroras as he's swinging. Get the f out of my ship! And then he just goes and sits back down. Yeah. I'm good there.
And as he sits back down, the hole is wrenched open just a little bit more, and 2 more make their way in.
Oh yeah.
As 2 are on the hull, I don't need you to roll your other because they are gone because of the spell that is still active outside.
Awesome.
Adraxin,
Mm-hmm.
you count none outside. You only count the 2 that have crawled inside with you. You just watched the person who had called for help smite swing one of them straight through the hole like he was playing golf.
Mm-hmm.
It's your turn.
Adraxin gets up from his chair, grabbing Wave's edge, and the blade just ignites in fire. And he moves up to the 2 that are there. I'm assuming they entered and they're pretty much side by side, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I am going //stab
Okay.
because now I have that ability to because I've got my weapon. So this is off of his. Okay. Yeah, that's a 27 to hit. And that is need the D10 and the D8. First hit is first hit is 18 points of damage.
Okay.
On 1. Second strike Oh yeah, that's a 19 to hit. This one is so the 18 points of damage went to the one of the others, or one, and then this other slash is going to the second, and then I'll stab. Remainder, whatever. Let's see what I go. Shoot, stay on the table. Oh god. So that is 21 points of slashing and fire damage on the second bug,
Okay.
and then I'm going to stab back at the first bug. Yeah, that's a 21 to hit. This is actually, if I'm not mistaken, Wave's Edge's piercing is a D8 instead of a D10. So that is 8. And, oh shit.
I'm going to ask
30,
you the
20.
question. I'm going to ask you the question that most D&D geeks will love to hear. How do you want to do this?
So they're just entered the hole into the hall, and as he walks up, the cannon was fun, but I've always loved this a bit more. And he cleaves one in half, strikes the and as he does, he brings his blade back up and strikes the other across the chest, spins it around, stabs it in the carapace, shoving it out the hole, and then just kicks it off to the end of his weapon, out the hole of the kettle. I do believe the driver told you to get out of his fucking ship.
As he says that, Aurora's just kind of starts laughing even more.
Pulling back on his own set of controls, the crab kettle stops running forward and finally starts to come down to a mosey and then slow settles back down. You are no longer moving at 100 feet per round.
Jesus.
He looks back at the others as the blade loses its flame, and he just slips it onto his back. That was quite exhilarating.
Aurora just jumps out of the pilot seat and he says, "Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it."
Happen to you often.
All right. What next, Tormy? What next?
Please sleep.
He does explain that this does happen every so often when he hits a new world where sometimes things have already ended there, where things are just cleaning up the last bits. Those places are normally called dead worlds, places you don't go. But when he lands there, he needs to fight off what initially happens so that he can ready the next stepping out to the new world that he would go to. He also offers for the help a rummage through one of his cupboards. You've got plenty that people would love to take home with them. Things that are very potent, but usually just one use.
Okay.
effectively, he is offering you to rummage through a cabinet filled with consumable um, consumable items that are very potent. Maybe not really arcane, maybe a little bit more technological,
Huh?
maybe a little bit more divine.
No, there's not a staff of pathos in there for you.
Uh,
Well,
Taking a look.
You see a bunch of you see a bunch of vials and bottles that have stoppers that have a familiar stamp at the top. You've seen those at Tulver's. You see things that look like highly textured eggs that are green that have a weird loop at the top. You see just sheets of paper in a stack. You see several um several just large orbs that are about the size of a baseball, just sitting in a rack. You see bundles of cloth. There are plenty of things here. It's not a bad allowance of a haul for about a minute of work.
Right. Curious, is there a potion of haste among these?
There are potions. You do not see one labeled for haste.
mm,
What do I do see labeled?
There's a potion labeled lightning speed. You see one labeled holy agility.
please tell me there is an orb with a cross adorning the top of it.
Holy
Yes.
hand grenade?
Thank you for getting the reference.
I mean, I also described regular grenades.
True, you
Mhm.
did.
Pointing out the
Um,
two potions that talk about lightning speed and holy agility, I'm gonna ask what they do.
Ooh.
Lightning speed,
Haste on steroids?
you get a number of reactions for 1 minute equal to your dexterity score. Score.
Oh
Uh,
Jesus.
dibs.
Also, that's all that one does. For 1 minute, you have a ridiculous amount of agility. There's another, or the other one, the one of agility. That one boosts your armor class
mine.
by your proficiency bonus
I want it.
for 1 minute.
Okay.
There are others. Some of them are the same. There are others there is a vial there that is of crystal blue, a single one that is labeled Panacea.
What's that one do?
This one is a literal cure-all.
A literal cure-all.
Any condition, all levels of exhaustion, full health, return from death.
That could come in handy at some point.
So essentially, a potion of true resurrection with some added features.
It's true res and greater res, or greater restoration piled into one potion.
Okay, then.
Nice.
Looking at some of the other things, the there are, you see some of those fabrics at the top. There are a couple of them that are just cloaks.
Just cloaks, you said?
They look like just cloaks.
What's that?
Do they have any kind of magical aura to them?
They do.
Army, I'm gonna have to drop.
Anybody who needs to, feel free to drop. Bug me tomorrow. I will toss you a couple of things for your sheet.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah.
And before
I'm,
you guys
I'm doing the
do,
same.
Yep.
yeah, before you guys drop, thank you so much for being willing to play this game with me tonight. 'Cause I was really bummed last night that I fucking fell asleep like a 5-year-old and didn't wake up until like 11:30.
No. You fell asleep like a 21-year-old college student.
Yeah.
Tell me I'm fucking wrong.
Because the 5-year-old would have been up at 6 a.m.
Yeah.
Fair point.
Plus, 21-year-old college student. We all know why you fell asleep, sir.
Fair. But seriously, thanks for playing this game with me. And just so everyone's aware, now that the game has been played, Aurorus will be making another appearance somewhere, sometime.
We'll talk tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah, have a good one.
Night,
Night.
y'all.
Night, baby.
I'm out
For
too.
those of you who are heading out, sleep well. Catch you tomorrow.
I am also going to be heading out. Are you continuing the recording?
Yeah, just give us another half-hour recording time. I think it's basically going to be this and probably people returning to the room. Or maybe not
That's
the
what we
room,
tend to
but
do.
returning at least to revolvers.
Okay. I'll do my best to stay awake, but I am going to AFK. Because I want to get ready for bed.
So I'm gonna.
What are those cloaks?
As you ask about that, he pulls one down and he wraps it around himself. And he becomes perfectly transparent.
Invisibility cloaks?
And then he unwraps himself and it falls apart.
Oh. Boo.
I just sent you that list I was telling you about, Tormy, because I'm a dum and forgot to send it the other day.
Ah, okay. I will work on it with you.
No rush, because outside of the staff, none of the other items are going to get introduced for a hot minute.
Fair. But there are several other items there. Feel free to have a description here and I will have something for it.
Most, if not all of the stuff is single use.
It's all consumables, yes.
Okay.
Question for you as DM.
Mm-hmm.
I just had an idea. May I run with it?
Yes.
Awesome. So, as you're all looking through this stuff, Auroras is also going to walk over to a tiny little drawer, open it, and he pulls out what look to be 3 of these little cans. And then he says, I think one of you will like this.
Oh,
What's that?
What's that?
He walks over to the door, opens it, and you see him take one of the cans. After opening the door, he pops the tab on it, and then as hard as he can, just chucks it out into the wilderness. And then he says, you might want to shield your eyes for a minute. And he kind of turns to not look directly in that direction, and as he does that, you essentially see a small, for purposes of imagining what it looks like, think thermonuclear blast without the mushroom cloud. And just bright light.
A daylight spell
In a can.
with 3 layers or 3 waves worth of energy blasting out from it.
Yeah, pretty much. He goes, these are the last 2 I have. Feel free to take them. I appreciate everything you guys did for me today. I also don't know why he went from being angry English person to Southern dude.
I mean, we do accents all the time. An NPC can also have accents that they like practicing.
Well, yeah, no, it's not that. It's I was giving him the English accent, and then for some reason he went Southern.
This
I go,
happens.
okay. I guess.
He could have been screwing with them at the beginning. Who knows?
Could get angry English when he is in a stressful situation.
True.
I don't know, that reaction potion is actually extremely useful for Adraxum.
He points at another thing. There's a syringe, or there's several syringes there. Those
Hey, those syringes are mine. No one mess with my drug problem.
those are real useful. Those you can administer the potion that's inside to somebody else as a bonus action. The ones that are inside are potions of freedom of movement.
Ooh.
Hmm.
There are 5 syringes. Depending upon what you guys are choosing, you can have multiple things from this collection. Biren spots something else in the cabinet. He spots a metallic top with the cord pull for the spinner.
I am
This.
intrigued.
I know you are. This approximately 30 seconds, so 5 rounds. After you pull this and unleash it, a twister begins to form from the top. And for 1 minute, you have an actual tornado.
Ooh.
It consumes the top.
Fair.
But not the cord or the spinner. There are 3 tops.
Oh,
It's a fucking Cyclone Beyblade.
yeah, pretty much. Tormy, with your
Yes.
permission, because you're the one who came up with the idea for it, I
Yes.
would like you to make that and send it to me because I have ideas I can use that for.
I'll toss it into the DM channel where I've been tossing the other ideas that we've talked about.
Gotcha.
Um,
Reesh.
So if it's possible, I
There's-
think.
there's also
go ahead.
some food on one of the shelves. Wrapped,
think-
Sorry, food.
wrapped candies, some baked goods.
A
There
nice
is-
think if
MLT where the mutton is nice and lean.
Yes.
Thank you for getting that,
That's-
Tormy.
That's not magic, that's just there.
I think if it's possible, I want one of the let me check something really quick because it will depend. Let's see. Okay. If it is possible, I'd like to take one of the syringes and a potion of lightning reflex or whatever, lightning speed.
Okay. Seems good.
All right, I'm too tired to think. Oh, we'll talk about this tomorrow.
Okay.
Yeah, have a
catch
good
y'all
night,
later.
Serby.
Later, bud.
Rest well.
And then the
Before-
last.
Before you leave, Serb, I do have a question for you. Did anybody tell you about the potion your character in my game got?
Potion?
Yeah, I'm
No.
assuming that's a no. It is a potion of true resurrection. The entire party has one each. And Fenris
Yeah, this is
did,
from back.
yeah, and Fenris did make it, so it is in D&D Beyond. So feel free to add it to your inventory whenever you get a chance.
You know what? I think y'all did tell me about. Yeah. I have it on my
Okay.
sheet.
Gotcha.
Awesome.
I just, man, last week I was so tired and out of it after
I get it.
all the craziness.
I get it. Yeah.
But at
There
least
were a
my
couple-
cousins didn't get into a fist fight this time.
Oh, there you go. That's better, I guess.
But anyway, I'll catch y'all tomorrow.
Okay, bud.
Or
Rest
next
well.
time.
Deuces, buddy. You have a good night.
The last thing that I want to do is I'm going to turn to Auroras and ask him about the location. We weren't really given a name for it, so I refer to it as the Small Valley.
That's on you, Torm. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about.
He tells you to hold on. And he goes up the spiral staircase that goes up to his higher chamber. You hear a click and a lock. And then a few minutes later, you hear the click and the lock again, and then again, and he comes back down. And he is holding 2 leather-bound journals and a small stack of papers. When I sent my request, he sent back the stone asking if I knew about it. And this is the research that I had on the world and on what was described. And he holds up the papers. And this is what I think it might help.
Okay.
So he stacks it all and hands it to you.
Awesome. Take it and slip it into my bag. Need any more help, just give another holler. Quite
That I
fun.
will. That I will. But I have a feeling you'll be seeing me again soon.
I do hope so.
As Auroras says that, he just goes, and thank you again for all the help you and your group, crew, whatever you call yourselves, have given me.
It was our pleasure.
He then claps his hand. He pulls his goggles up so you can actually see his eyes, and they look like deep, dark pools of galaxy. Essentially, his eyes are they look like they match the night sky. And he says, "Well, let's get you back, shall we?" And he leads you
we
all
shall.
downstairs, back into the living quarters, where the portal was first created, and I assume it's still there, correct, Tormy?
Yes.
He says, "Go ahead and step through so I can get this accursed thing off of my brilliant wall."
The party will
Tell
step through.
Revolver
And
next time he wants to send someone, at least do it somewhere where they don't pop into my bedroom.
I'll be sure to pass that along. And as the party exits the Drax, make sure he's the last one. He gives a deep bow, and
He gives a deep vow.
yeah, no,
I vow
yeah, I'm not
to
a paladin. No, I'm not a paladin.
He
Do you ever
brings
have?
up as you are leaving before you have your final words. He does bring up, if you're out farther than the stars, return before it is too late.
Mysterious sentiment.
Hey,
And
for somebody who's traveled as far as him,
Right?
go ahead.
I know, I'm just writing real quick.
Mhm.
As he gives the deep bow and returns to his normal posture, he looks to Auroras. If you ever find yourself out in the Fey area, stop by the Valerian family estate out there. Tell them you're a friend of mine, and they should make sure that you're at least taken care of if you need a place to stay or any assistance while you're out that way.
He then laughs, holds out his hand for you, and he just goes, "A Draxon, was it?"
It was, and he clasps his hand.
He then pull. How tall is a Draxon?
A Draxon is. Pull it up really quick. Draxon is 6'2".
He's a good head taller than you. Okay. He just pulls you, like, after he clasps your hand, he just kind of pulls you in, sweeps the other arm to your back, and he says, "Well met, friend Adraxon." He releases you and he says, "I like you. I will definitely keep that in mind. And should I need help, you'll more than likely be the first I reach out to."
I do appreciate it. Well, we best be on our way so you can get yourself situated. Enjoy the rest of
Oh,
your day.
yes, plenty of repairs, as always. Those damn bugs.
He laughs a bit, gives a wave as he steps through the portal.
On the other side of the portal, you see Revolver with his arms behind his back, kind of clasped, and he's pacing in front of his desk, between the desk and the entry hall. He looks up to where you're coming through. It go well?
Very. Only 3 made it aboard, and they didn't stay there very long.
Good to see.
One got pitched like a golf ball.
And the other one got this is Sparted.
Yeah.
good to see that he's shored up the defenses better. Last I had heard, he had only installed cannons.
Oh,
Hell of a cannon, but
cannons in a field that helped keep shit at bay, but it was an interesting experience. Very good man. I can see why you're friends.
well, aside from his eccentricities, he is also one of the ones that maps the outer rim of all of our understanding for the paths. So we're kind of
Hmm.
co-workers for quite a while.
I did happen to speak with him about the other issue,
Yes.
and he pulls out the two journals and the stack of paper. I know the current issue you have, but he did give quite a bit of research material that we can look through. Journals are what he has on the place, and the information he's gathered, and the papers are what he thinks that we might be dealing with or what might help.
Read it over, see what you can get to us, and who needs what for the purposes that we have here. It's. I don't need to tell you how important this can be. It's good to hear that you you lot ended up helping fix things so quickly with with that,
Seems
and
to be
you
a
didn't.
running trait we have.
You might have heard it sort of happens here. Some people are sudden up and comers for quite a little bit, where they are surprisingly efficient, if not a little foolhardy.
Needs nobody in their right mind. At least got a little bit of foolhardiness in them. But for now, I think it's best that we get back, get this stuff looked over, and should be seeing you within the next day or so to take on a couple more of the tasks given to us before the big one. Help get ourselves ready for what we've got going. Better to be fully prepared as possible than going completely blind.
You're not wrong. You go do what you need to. You've certainly seen to the thing that I asked you here for. It,
And I must say it was an honor that you called us first.
I sent out a few missives at the same time, but you were the first to actually come. Thank you for that.
You've helped us. It's been a bit of a we scratch your back, you scratch ours.
He walks over and pulls the sheet back down and refolds it. The glowing silver dulls, the mist returns to being a black sheet. Folds it up, tosses it into the desk once again. You go have yourself a day. I know you already ate breakfast, but I'm sure you have other things to do than just help a madman who drives around a kettle.
He laughs a bit. Aye. Well, I'll go look over this stuff and then we'll decide on our next plot afterwards. You enjoy your day, Revolver.
You do the same. It's one of several hundred things I've got to do today that are out of the way. Right. With that, we're going to swirl back out. Most of our players have already retired to bed, but we're going to join them, swirling out of this marble hall and into the dark that leads us back into reality. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you for taking your time to join us in this very special episode that we've run. Thank you, Tyler, for finally making an appearance with us.
I try.
And with that, we're heading back out of the gateway. So lock the gate on the way out so that you know it's safe to come on back. Night, everyone.
Y'all have a great night, and from the Haven Master himself, may the dice be ever in your favor.
Night all.
Oh, Tormy just dropped. Damn.
I only meant video.
Okay, I was like, shit. Damn. I was like, 'cause I kind of wanted to pick your brain a bit.
Yeah, no, we're good to keep going. I normally cut the video and leave that as the marker for Cody.
Ah, gotcha. Because I was just gonna say, I was like, and that's where we'll cut it, Cody. But that works too. So, oh, you should
Fair.
be asleep, good sir.
Well, thank you for sticking with us.
Ah,
Thank you for sticking with us. Shut your mouth and take the fucking compliment.
exactly. Yes.
Mhm.